starting now, and we'll be working using the Pomodoro section 50-10. So we'll be working doing 50 minutes of deep focused sprint work time, which means just like the sprinters, that is how we do it. During the work time, you minimize every distraction, anything that takes your mind and your focus off the work at hand. So you just reduce it. If it is notification, maybe calls, you can just pause them and do the 50 minutes. After 15 minutes, remember you are going to be getting 10 minutes of mindful break. And during the mindful break, make sure you are present in your break. It's very important that you're present in your break, and make sure that, yes, you use that time to renew your energy. Your break time is not the time for you to finish up the work that you didn't finish. That is not the time for you to start getting other work started. It is the time for you to take a break, your hands off the work, your leg off the work, your mind of that main work you're doing. That is the time your mind will also use to process what you've been learning. Is very important in learning, it's very important in productivity. So stay with me throughout today, and during the break, remember that you're here to chat, and we talk about productivity, the things that we do to be productive, the things that we are doing that is wasting our time, the things that we are doing that we ought not to do, the things that we need to change if we want to be productive. We are coming to the end of this year. This is actually December we are in now. Many people, they already think, I didn't achieve anything this year. Maybe you were thinking, I'm going to publish maybe 3 papers, I'm going to publish 5, I'm going to be publishing my books, I'm going to be writing this, I'm going to be doing that. And now it is already the 12th month of the year and you haven't done that. Remember that, yes, there is still that God of 11th hour. You can still do it, and it's not with the stroke of magic. It's by planning and being very intentional about it, like we are now in. No matter what the circumstance is, no matter what your schedule is like, you can always join us Wednesday and Thursday. Just clear it for the men work and see how much you achieve in those 6 hours. That is how I get my work done. That is how I want you to also plan to get your work done. Is very important. And remember, when you plan, it's going to reduce the time you waste in between tasks, because if you don't plan as you're working, you don't know the next 1 hour what you're going to be doing, so it will waste time for you to start another one. But if you already have a plan at hand and it's already lined up, it's quite easy for you to switch from one to the other. And that is where time blocking comes in, and you breaking your job into manageable chunks. Remember, it's very important that you don't procrastinate, because procrastination looks like maybe you are going to do it later, but most times it will result in never doing it. Or you are trying to wait till it is perfect. It will never be perfect. That means you're going to lose that energy, that should I say, the idea or whatever that has prompted you to do that work at that time. So start wherever you are. Start whatever it looks like. It's not going to be perfect. Remember that in every book, in most book, not every book, we have the first edition, we have the second edition. So why do we do the edition? Is because there is an improvement in the one that you did earlier. So you can do and start just little. Start where you are, no matter what it is. You don't need to wait till it is perfect. You just need to know when it is complete and when you should publish it, when you should send it, when you should submit that work, when you should go for that project or that skill that you're planning to achieve. So it is not all about the time. It's all about you managing your focus and managing your energy. Is very important, especially in this era that we are in, that we have so much digital distractions. We have so much screen addictions that people are suffering and being digitally overloaded. So it's time that you start being intentional about your attention, intentional about your interest, intentional about how you use your time and your energy. What do you focus your time on? So we are starting now, and remember, once it's 10:50, we'll be coming back here to talk about improving our productivity, and you can ask questions on how to improve your productivity if you have so many roads to do, and how to improve your results, how to improve your grade if you're a student. It's not something you should be ashamed of. It's not something you should feel guilty about. It's something that is lifelong affecting. So it's very important that you ask questions if you are struggling. And you can also go to your should I say, your tutors. You have your mentors, you have your form teachers. If you are still in secondary school, wherever you are in education, you can just ask those that were assigned to you. You have supervisors, you can ask questions, how to improve your grade, how to improve your results, and they are there to help you. So if you're struggling and you want to ask questions here, you can ask, and yeah, you're going to get answers that will really help. So you are allowed, not because we are in deep sprint time, you're allowed to type your questions, but we are not going to respond during the sprint time. We respond once the sprint time is over and it's our break time. So we discuss and chat during that time. So I wish you a very productive work time today. So as you study 6 hours, make sure that you have something tangible that you want to achieve with it, and stay tuned, please, and tap and invite others, especially researchers and students, and let us work together and see how far we go with our productivity life.
Towards his wives, John Mosaic, and he would. What sort of
think I need a charger. Let me get my charger. So I believe it's break time now, and if you have been here with us, it's time for you to go on a mindful break. Maybe you stand like I've just done and get a stretch your leg, and maybe walk around. Remember to have water during this winter time. It feels cold, but that's the time you need water most, because it's very dry, you can see. So drink water and get enough exercise, though there is no sunlight now that much, but you still need to walk around. So I'll be checking if there is any chat. Okay, if there is any chat on the chat box. Okay, yeah, thank you for everyone that has joined. And during this break time, I'll be talking about something that's very important to any researcher, to any writer, to anybody that uses the laptop and you're using it at work. And that is how to store and keep your file organized, how to keep your thoughts organized, how to not lose what you have worked on. You know, if you have ever suffered that, you understand what it means when after saving it, maybe you return after a month, 2 months, you're like, what did I use to save this? Where is it? And you are searching. It can be very frustrating. So I don't know how many of us have witnessed that. If you have, you can just put it in the chat, because that's what I'll be dealing with today, telling you how to store, how to save your data on the laptop or on your desktop, how to keep it organized, how to keep your life organized. Because with if it is your house laptop or your desktop, there will be so many things in it. If it is at work, you just have your work projects in it. So how do you store it? How do you not lose what you have already worked on, or maybe get it mixed up? Because sometimes you might be saving, you save, it's okay, this one, this one too. You know, we do all that all the time. Sometimes you see some in the documents, some in the desktop, you will see some in your download, and you're like, which one did I work on last, and which one? Maybe all of them you've been updating, and it's so confusing. So how do you get that organized, not to lose the work you've been doing? How do you get that organized so you don't struggle to identify what you have been working on? Is very important, so you save time and save yourself the stress. And sometimes it might even lead to you going back to do that work again because you've lost it, or maybe you were sending it out and now you send the older version of it which you did not work on. That can be very frustrating. So, and sometimes you just open some people's laptop, is fearful, because the desktop itself is full of so many little things everywhere. You'll be looking for everything. So, oh, where, how do you even start? Then you open their documents, the same thing. You open their download, the same thing. Everything. You go to their Google Drive. That's even the worst, because everything, the things they need, the things they don't need, they are all there. So how do you manage that? How do you organize your work? Is very important. So there should be a clear organization method for you. So you need to, that was around 2013 that my supervisor told me, oh, you need to learn how to name your documents. Then, because I used to struggle with that also, because I'll be looking for, okay, which one? When I find it, then I'll just overlook others. When it is time to find another one, I'll be struggling. Then he taught me, okay, it's time that you learn how to organize your work using the right title. You need to name it distinctively. You should know how to name it. You should know where to put them in the folder. That will help. So you know which to send each time and how to organize it. You don't keep losing it. Or maybe you think, oh, you are deleting the older version only for you to delete what you have already worked on. Is quite easy doing that. And sometimes after deleting it and you click on some certain tab, they'll say you want to delete it permanently, and you said yes. Or maybe your system crashes and that's it for you. So there is need for you to organize your desktop, organize your workflow, organize yourself. It helps it to reduce the cluster, because every clarity means that you should have a clear flow of work organization. So let's look at it. We have, if you are working, then you should have a folder. Maybe everything that's your desktop, you should divide it. Everything in your laptop actually should be in 3 folders. One, if you're working, then you put it in the work. If you are in school or you are in training, you can just name it training, you can name it school, then you put that one as school. Then the next one, you can just put it as your life, like I mean your life, your general life, just the way you live. So you start organizing things in them. Remember that you can put a folder in another folder and another folder and another folder. So that is how it works. So if you have these 3, but if you're just a student, you have no other things doing, then it's okay. You can, maybe some people might even have 4. Maybe you are also a religious person and maybe you have people you are teaching, and that way you can put that also, maybe church or a mosque or whatever religion you are in, you put it there. So you have this in folders, so you know exactly which one to open each time. Is very important. You wouldn't understand this till one day you start searching for what you have saved. You are sure you saved it, but now you don't know where it is saved. You don't know where to find it. You want to attach it, you're looking for it 1 hour, 2 hours, you are sweating, and you even thinking, okay, I did this work for 3 days. How do I start now? Then you understand that it's very important to learn these things. So let's look at what you can do. So in that folder, in your life folder now, that's your life. Now you are organizing, you organize it. Maybe you can also break it down little more. If you don't want to keep opening folder in another folder, you have maybe school, work, family, personal life, you have creative project. If you're a writer, you are an artist, you have those things that you're doing, you put it in your creative. You have the finance, you have the health, so you put those things in folder. So what you do is, within every folder there should be 3 items, 3 another folders in every folder. Let's just say you were working in school, you're in school now, you open that folder and you have your projects, maybe you have your assignments, maybe you have your revision. Then in that your project, you should have the raw file, then you should have the draft, and you should have the final or complete file. So the first one is everything, every bric-a-brac, everything that you can download, all your downloadables, everything you are reading that you haven't yet processed, you just dump them in the raw under school. And then everything that you're already writing is not finalized. You started the draft, you're writing, each time you're writing, you haven't yet finished on it, you put it in the draft. Once it's complete, then you put it in the complete folder. And this is also very important. Learn to name your project or your file or your documents the right way. And for you to do that, you can name it with very clear, distinct names, short names, that it's should I say, is very straight to the point. Let's just say you were working on bacteria, you just name it, okay, this bacteria, call it by name. And for you to distinct it from the other days that you've been working on, maybe improvements you've made and you didn't want to lose the other one, you're not planning to save it to replace the other one. So you need a new file to look at this and compare. So you can just use dates. Like today's date, you got that bacteria, maybe azobacter, then you put today's date by it. So you always know, okay, this is what I worked on today. And then you put draft, if it is still draft. If you keep doing it that way, there is no way you will lose your file. Then once it's complete, the day you complete it, you just put final at the end of it. So even if you see the other ones, they are all bearing the same name, it will still be answering that as a pattern with the date with the draft, then final, then you know that this is what you have really got to. So it's very important you don't lose your file. It's very important that you don't keep searching and searching, because that's a waste of time, and a waste is very draining, is frustrating, I must tell you, because I know what it means to look for a document. When you start looking for what you've already worked for 3 days, 4 days, and you have to submit it maybe in a day, it can be overwhelming. So it will save you a lot of stress, it will save you a lot of crying, it will save you a lot of heartbreak if you start organizing it. And we'll also talk later how you will be able to decluster, and how you are able to make your file, your should I say, your organizing your saving system simpler. Is very important. So during the next break, I will tell you how to clean up, how to clean up physically and digitally, and make sure that your work is organized. So we are back to our sprint time. It's a sprint time again. It's time for us to do deep work. It's time for us to think deeply. So reduce every distraction, anything that makes you to take your mind and your eyes off the main work you're doing. Please take it off, and you reduce it, and then focus on the job at hand. It's very important that you focus on that job at hand, and tell your brain that yes, you'll be getting 10 minutes break afterwards, and your brain is going to work very well with that, because human brain is designed to work that way. That sprint and then short break for you to renew your energy. So let's see how much you achieve in the next 50 minutes. And I wish you a very productive 50 minutes. Yeah, so we've come to the end of this section. It's time for our break. And yeah, if you have been there with us, you can go on your mindful break time, please. Remember, you should be present in your break as much as you're present at work. So it's time for a break. You can sip your water, you can have your healthy snacks. And today, like I promised, I said I'll be talking about how to be efficient. That's also part of our productivity, how to uh, store correctly, how to save our file correctly, how to organize our study, our life. And yeah, I think, let me just check. I think somebody said something about, let me look at what he said he has been using, and maybe some other people might learn from it. And yeah, thank you, Isaford David Soda 36674. Yeah, thank you so much for your comment. And yeah, what you're using is quite very important, it's very helpful. Yeah, I've also used that one time, but it's very, very important for those in uni and those that are learning. If you're in school and you are learning, OneNote is something that you want to try out. It's very important, is very helpful. So if you don't have anything that helps you in organizing your learning and organizing your studies, you can try OneNote. And OneNote, I think, is free to some extent. If you're using depending on the app or the this thing you're using, you can get OneNote. We have them in our phones. Our phones, they even have OneNote. So if you haven't been using anything for your to organize your work, OneNote is something you can try out. So I'll be looking at other organizers, things that you can use to organize your work. Like I said, it's very important that you name your file correctly. It's very important that you store it correctly, and you know the ending of every file you save. Like if you're just starting, you were downloading things according to, let's just say I was working, and like for me, in a file I have like biodiversity, I have the agrodiversity, I have the sustainability and all. So when I download, I save them there. So within those ones, within those files that I'm saving them, because it's just a downloaded file, I haven't started using it, and maybe I'm still reading it, I haven't done anything on it. So I save them in the raw folder inside that file. So it's under the raw to show that yes, I haven't done anything with it yet. So it's something that I will still have to look at. I will have to look at it under biodiversity. I will have to look at it under whatever subjects that I saved them under. Then after I have read and I've made a note, I've started a draft. Then after doing it, I'll save that in a drive, in drafts, in the draft folder of that same file. So I will name it now. Maybe you say biodiversity. Today is 3rd of December 2025. Draft. So I know it's a draft. Then I will go on. When I finish with whatever I'm doing, I will just put final at the end of it. I will just say complete to show that this is the complete file. This is the latest of it. And I'll also change the date to reflect that day. So if you look at this, which means if you work each day and you're saving that file that way, you have so many drafts, you have so many finals, and you don't know, maybe you start having final one, final two, those kind of things. To avoid the confusion, what you do is to always create a routine. Maybe every Sunday, for me, Sunday is a very good space for me to do that. So Sundays, I'll just go straight to the files. I'll look at what I've worked throughout the week. I don't know who calls around this time. I have let everybody know not to call around this time. Wednesday and Thursday, you can send a message during the break. I can check on it and see what is there. But calling me now, wow. So you can go there. For me, it's a Sunday. Sunday thing is very important. So on that Sunday, when I'm relaxed, I will just open the file. We'll go through the things that I've saved. So during that, I will see those that maybe is no longer necessary, the useless files. I will just delete them. So you declutter and then rearrange it and make sure that everything is where it should be. You will be asking, why do you need to do that? It might just cost you at the end of the week, it might just take you like 30 minutes or 1 hour to do that, to organize your file. But if you fail to do that, you might spend 2 3 days looking for it the day you are going to look for it. So it's going to really save you time, it's going to save you space. So for those that are studying, it's quite good that you look at uh, your file. You get a file organizer, you get an app. There are so many apps you can use. Okay, let me just will list some of them that you can use. uh, I, I divided them into purpose, like if you're just using it to organize your life in general, you're using it to organize your studies, you're using it to organize your skill. So what you want to achieve, those are the things that will determine what you go for. So for some of them that I've used, and many of us, we've used the Google Drive. Once you want to change a phone, they will ask you if you want to download from the drive, you want to get from the cloud, that is saved in the drive, the Google Drive. So you download from there. The same thing if you save any of your files in the Google Drive, so you can access it on any platform. Wherever you are, you can access it. So it's easy. It's an easy folder structure, auto save everything, work across devices, every devices. Once you're able to sign in using your username and your password, you can access your file in everywhere. And it's great for students and work. Then another one that I've used is the OneDrive, especially if you are working in the university or you're a student, a postgraduate student. I don't know for undergraduate students. It wasn't there when I was an undergraduate student, but for postgraduate students, I believe that your school should give you access to OneDrive. So in OneDrive, you can just it works very well. It's very important that you use it. So when you are typing, all you have to do is to click and save in OneDrive, and then you click that it should auto save. So as you're working, it's saving automatically. That will make it that you are not going to lose anything that you've worked on. After every minute you work, or every 30 seconds, it will save it automatically. And as you're saving it, like you can see, I'm working on a laptop and I have a desktop, two of them, and every device that I'm using, everything I save here, I can see it anywhere. That is what happens in that OneDrive. As I'm working now, as it saved automatically here, it's appearing on any device that is mine, that is open, and I can call it up from anywhere and use it. This OneDrive is quite very helpful. So especially, I think it comes with the Microsoft. So if you have a good Microsoft 360, or you have a full package, you should be able to access that. So if you haven't been using it, please, as a student, as a researcher, turn it on and use it. It's very important. You won't lose any file, and you can work from any station, you can work from any device. All you have to do is to click on your OneDrive, then you open it and you sign in. Automatically, as you're working, it is updating and is saving everywhere. So you don't need to click Control S. Oh, my system crashed and now I can't find it. Those things will be solved if you have OneDrive. So it's very important. Look for it. If you're in school and you haven't been using it, please sign up and use it. And also you can you use it to organize your Word, your Excel, your PowerPoint. It is the syncing is very strong. I mean, as I'm typing here, everything that I'm working here is here, everything I'm working here is here at the same time. It comes almost, it's synced, is very strong, and it's good for schools. If you have a school, if you have a big organization, I think that's something you can use. So even in this OneDrive now, you can send an attachment to somebody. Instead of sending it as an attachment, you send it as a link. Once that person is also attached to that OneDrive, the person can access that file. So it's very helpful. Another thing you can use to organize your work. None of them paid me. There is no paid advert in this. These are the things that I've used, and I'm teaching others, and I'm just telling you what you can use to help your life, to organize your life. Another one is Dropbox. Dropbox, I've used Dropbox for this. I started using it, that was around January 2013. So it's been a long time, and it has been very helpful. If we come to the end of this thing, then I'll stay the end of the break. I'll continue during the break time. The Dropbox is something that everybody should have. I mean, there is free version of it, unless you want to save too much. If you don't want to save too much, it is something that you don't need to miss. Just download it and use it, because then you can save large files, and others can work at the same time in the same space. Once they have access to that Dropbox, they sign in and you include them there, you give them access to it, they can work on it. I mean, you send pictures, you send videos. It's something that take large file. The files that you can send using email, you can actually use Dropbox to do it. So we continue talking about that during the break time. We've come to the end of this break. The next break, we continue. So we are now in our sprint time in our deep work hour. So we have another 15 minutes of deep work, and I want you to work with me. And please drop your comments and ask questions on all these app and all these devices. They've been there for years, but people are not using it. So I decided to talk about it today. Things that will help you to organize your work, things that will help you to be efficient, things that will help your life to have this your brain space cleared for other things. To gain the clarity is very important. So let's see how much we achieve in these 50 minutes. Remember, we are doing the Pomodoro section of 50-10. That's 50 minutes of deep work time and 10 minutes of mindful break. And during the break, we can walk around and maybe chat. So I'm waiting for your chat. You can just drop it in the chat, then I'll respond to it during break time. Thank you for being there, and let's talk again once it's 12:50. So we've come to the end of this. The sprint time is our discussion time. Again, it's our chat time. It's our break time. It's the time for your mindful break, so you can actually go for a stretch, for a walk, for um, maybe just a relaxation to renew your energy, to renew your clarity, because your rest is very important for your clarity, and that is quite important for your productivity. So I'll be checking through the chat to see what the questions are in the chat so we can answer them. Okay, I can see one. Yeah, thank you, Isaford David. Yeah, that's a very important question because it's what most people struggle with, but it's really interesting that many don't really understand how important it is to manage their time, to, should I say, to know when they should call it complete, because most times what we struggle with is not just getting the task done, it is getting it done at the right time. So how do you manage? The question is, how do you organize your time, and can you finish a task by a set time? I find it difficult sometimes. Yeah, everybody does, but there is always a strategy to manage it, and that strategy works every time. But the first thing you need to do is to be very, should I say, should be very clear, and to have the clarity of what you want to achieve, because that's the first step in solving any problem, is for you to know exactly what is in what you're doing, or what you are looking at, or what you're working towards. So what is it that you want to achieve? Once you're able to identify what that is, and then you go forward to know, okay, this is what complete in this particular case look like, because it's not all about just doing the job. Some of us, we already completed it, but we want it perfect, or we want to add it, we want all the latest thing in it, and that is what brings about delay and procrastination. So the first thing is to know what you're looking for. The second thing is to know what complete looks like in that particular case. Because for me, like today, I have a deadline that is just is for me. I can actually take extension or whatever, but I know that it will never be perfect. There is nothing that is perfect. Even if you look back to your thesis, your PhD thesis, your master's thesis, your undergraduate works, you during that time you would think it was complete, is really perfect. But if you read through it now, you see that it's not perfect. So there is this is a thing in us that we don't want to be judged, we don't want to be seen as falling short in any way, but there is no way to be perfect. So you need to know what complete, not perfect, looks like in that case. So if you know that's work you want to achieve, maybe you plan to read, you want to, let's just take something for instance and pin it as, okay, my aim is to read and understand this, maybe to write this paper today. So if I say I'm going to write a whole paper, that might not be possible for me. I say, okay, I'm writing a paper today. That is my task. That is very vague, you know. The one thing you need to learn is to learn to define that task, then learn to break it into manageable chunks, and learn to that setting your goals using the SMART acronym to set your goal. It should be simple. It should be measurable, which people find difficult to look at, because me, I was trained an educationist first before even going to research. So it's very important that you learn how to set your goal. So it should be simple. In simple terms, you should know exactly what complete looks like. Then you should know how to measure it as, okay, it's measurable, and then it should be relevant, then it should be achievable. It's not something you can't achieve. If I say, okay, I'm going to be writing a book today, and that book is up to 1,000 chapters, that is impossible, practically impossible, if I'm going to do it the right way, if I'm going to do it well. So it should be achievable. Then you should put a time to it. It should be time bound. So what this means, if you want to achieve your goal, is to know exactly what you are working towards, then break it into manageable chunks. Like for this writing, you can say, okay, between in 1 hour I should be able to do the abstract in 1 hour. I should be able. So you've worked and you know how it works. If you don't know how it works, you can experiment with reading, with writing for some time, and okay, this is how much I can do in 1 hour. This is how much I can reasonably do in 30 minutes. So you put it where it is manageable. Manageable chunks will make you not to be overwhelmed, not to feel that it's too much. Because once you start feeling overwhelmed, you see yourself, you are working under stress, under pressure. That is not good for your mental space to do a productive work. So you need to break it down. Once you get the work, break it down to manageable chunks. So okay, between this time and this time I'm doing this, between this time and this I'm doing that. You can actually just put it down and make the plan in Gantt chart. I used to use Gantt charts. You color code it, and okay, between this time and this time, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm doing, and you time block like a pro, which means you should tag a time to it and say, okay, 12 to 12:30, this is what I'm doing. 12:30 to 1, this is what I'm doing. So, and you walk towards it as if you're attending to an appointment. When I say it, some people would think, oh, is it that serious? Is that serious? Because if you go that way, you have enough time to do other things. And once you attend to it, you're not going to be changing, okay, let me go and check this. Then you work that 30 minutes, giving it to the introduction. You work another 1 hour, giving it to the problem statement, and that is how it works. If you are able to time block, you see how easy it is for you to manage your time and to manage your focus. And you don't work at a stretch. Some people, they think is by how long they work that makes it effective. No, I learned this long ago. You don't work that long. Once you start, it goes the normal curve. For us in economics, the normal curve goes this way, up, down. So as when you start understanding things, it keeps improving. At the time it goes to the plateau. So before you know it, if you don't take rest between that time, it goes down. So you don't want to be in that space. So when it goes and when it is still up, that is the time for you to take a break. Like we are doing, you take a break, give yourself the time to think and process what you have worked on, and then you renew your energy. You come back. When you come back, it will still be going up. It won't be going down. But if you keep going, it will start going down. That is the time you see yourself forgetting more than you are learning. It goes even in learning. If you are preparing for exam, take this very serious. When you are reading, give yourself time before you even go out to read. Before you start reading, give yourself the time that you are going to rest. It's very important. Your rest is as important as your work. Your rest is as important as your study. If you are not resting, you see yourself, your ability to judge things, your ability to react will get slower. That is the way your ability to store information also will get slower, because when you rest, your mind tends to process what you have read, what you've learned, and then put it into long-term memory. So it's very important that you take break in between jobs. It's very important. And again, you must have a plan. Plan weekly, don't go daily. Daily is just like thinking in short bits. But if you plan weekly, so you can make the allowance that you need to work with. So in that week, you say, okay, today, this is what I'm doing. You should be sure every 1 hour. If you're asked, now this is just 12:58. Okay, in the next 1 hour, around 2:30, what will you be doing? You should be very sure what you want to do. That is what clarity is all about. And once you have this clarity, then that's the shortest distance to your goal. In mathematics, we say the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So the shortest distance between what you want and you getting it is clarity. So it's very important. And for you to have that clarity, you should have a plan. You should know what complete looks like. You should know what that work you are doing looks like. Then you should be able to divide it into manageable chunks, and you should have a clear plan towards it. Is very important. And if you are someone that easily gets distracted, it happens, then you know that you are not taking enough break. You are not giving yourself the break you need. If you take intentional break, your mind, your brain will not take break on you. That is what people don't know. If you don't take that break, you might be reading, your mind will zoom off because it will need break. That is why we use the Pomodoro section. So when you read a little, when you walk a little, then you take the break, and your mind works better that way, knowing that yes, you are going to get a break after 50 minutes. You're getting a break after 10 minutes. You're getting a break after. You can choose the Pomodoro section that works for you. It might be 60-10. That's 1 hour to 10 minutes of break. It might be 30-5. It might be 25-5. Some people, especially for undergraduate students, I normally encourage them to go for 35 or maybe 25-5. So it reduces distraction. It reduces your, should I say, something taking your focus away, especially in this digital age we are in, especially if you're a parent and you have other jobs you're doing, something can actually call your attention. So if you take break, short break, you can actually attend to those things, and then when it is time for you to focus, you focus. That is just the way to go about it, and it helps. So we'll still be talking about that. If you still have other questions, you can put it in. When I see it, I will answer. So this is the time for mindful our deep work time again. So we'll sprint it and see how much we achieve in 50 minutes. Then we chat again once it's 150.
6.
Yeah, so it's another break time. So for those of us that have been working, you can decide to go for a stretch, for a walk around, and yeah, you can come back and chat with us. But because we are talking about how to organize our files, how to make life easier for us, especially if you have so many things you are doing. If you're working with your laptop, you're working with your desktop, you're working with so many files, it can be so daunting if you have so many things to. You go to some people's desktop or their laptop. When you open it, there are so many files, so many documents everywhere that it is very difficult to navigate it. And sometimes you see yourself struggling to find what you have saved for a very long time. Is something that can be very overwhelming, and maybe sometimes you even you lose the document that you have to rework it, and that takes a lot of time. Let's just take, for instance, you have been working on your thesis, you see yourself, you keep saving different versions, before you know it, you're looking for it. So yeah, I welcome New Jerusalem, and yeah, let me check the chat and see if there is any question that we have. Let me check on all the platforms and see. Let's see if there is any question that we need to address. Please remember to take enough fluid water. Just take water, juice, and things that keeps you hydrated. It's winter, it looks cold, but it's quite drying. So you do yourself a lot of good by just getting hydrated. Keep water by your side and don't make the heat too hot, because I don't know for others, for me it gives me the headache. I was just telling a friend and she was like, is it the reason why I'm always having headache during winter? Yeah, it can give the headache. So just make your room temperature just warm enough, like normal room. You're not you're not trying to heat up everything. So reduce the heat, and that can be comfortable, especially if you are reading. So let's look at okay, for those that are asking how they can finish a task, how they can manage their task, how they can break it into manageable chunks. Is quite easy. It's for you to look at that task that you have, you list it. You know, okay, this is the beginning of the task. You identify every part of it, so you divide it maybe based on the segments, the sections in it, and then you time block. Remember, please don't make the mistake of bringing too many things on the table. Most times people think it's by exhausting themselves that they will make progress. If you exhaust yourself, if you're overwhelmed, you can make very little progress, and at most you'll be stressed and pressured. So that is not the space you want to be in. What you want to do is to achieve your aim, to achieve much, to be productive, and also to have time for that things without pressure, and that is achievable. You can have so many things. For me, I have so many things doing. I do my academic work, I do my creative writing, I have full-time job, I have my family. So those are the things that people always ask, how are you doing it? But the only way to do it is not to multitask. Multitasking is the enemy of your time. It's going to steal your time from you, and I will illustrate how. So just hold on. Instead of multitasking, what you should do is to time block, which means you should divide your work into manageable chunks, little. So the much you can finish in 30 minutes, the much you can finish in 1 hour. You just put it and say, okay, when I wake up in the morning, I'm going to be, after prayers, after my morning devotion, after my meditation, whatever you do in the morning, then the next thing I will be doing from 8 to 8:30, I'll be doing this. So you time block and put a time to it, and observe it as if you are attending an appointment. I always say that. So don't make the mistake of bringing too many things on the table. When you have too many things on the table, sometimes it feels daunting, it feels very overwhelming. It's just like, you give somebody, there is something that somebody is going to give you now. You're asking who should I give it to, because this is not meant for me. If you have too many things, your brain is just going to, because it's meant to protect, your brain is going to tell you, you can just leave it, you do it later. It's, let's just think about it, let's rest a little, then we start. That is how you start procrastinating. Before you know it, that is just it for it, and you won't be able to do it. You're doing it later means would then translate to not doing it at all. So what you have to do is to bring 2 to 3 tasks on the table each time. Don't make the mistake of bringing more than 3 tasks on the table each time. So make it 2 to 3, and don't bring them together and start working. You work this later, you go this one, you go back. No, that is time wasting. That's multitasking, which I say is the enemy of your time. Let's get that scenario done. It's just like you have 2 cars, or you have 2 loads that you have to move, and now you are moving already in your car. You already 60 miles per hour you are moving, and you move like 2 miles, go drop it, and you start running back to come and pick this other car to start running to that place. Do you know, when you do that, you have stopped that at 60. Even if you take this to the points where you left the first one, you still need to start that one, and you're not going to start moving at 60 degrees 60 kilometers per hour. You have to start slowly, and that is how it works with every other thing. So when you multitask, you start paying some cognitive leakages, which doesn't, because you need to get into it, then you start moving. When you're already moving, please move, and when it is time for you to rest, you rest, you continue. That's maybe during your rest time, this is the time you have to get to another one. So you time block, allot time to them, and say, okay, I will do this between this time and this time, and you stop. Then you go back to this one and work on it between this time and this time, then you stop. You can, so you don't bring them together, because why it helps is because you already know when this one is going to end and when you're going to start another one. That is clarity. That is clarity and is very helpful. So we are talking about how to manage and organize your work. If you have too many work, you have too many files that you are managing as a student, or maybe as a researcher, or you are working in the office, or you have something doing even at home. There are so many app you can use to help, and you can do this also manually. For me, I used to use Gantt charts, and in the Gantt charts, unlike other people, they will just put their academic works on the Gantt chart. For me, if I show you my Gantt chart, you will see even when I pray, you see when I have to go and talk to teach my children. So I put everything, my life, my school work, and my work, that's my job life in it. So everything, I don't miss out on any one of them. I plan it, and I'll put time to it. On Wednesday, this is what I'm doing. On Thursday, this is what I'm doing. On Friday, this is what I'm doing. So I already know. Even my kids, they know. Mine is like, it's not like it's rigid. There are sometimes that interruption happens, but it helps you to organize your life. It helps you to organize your things. And for those that are working with too many, you have too many files. I've just talked about how to name your files, how to store in folders. So in every folder, just make sure that you don't have too many works everywhere. So arrange them in folders and name your work properly. Each time after you finish your work, make sure you save it properly using the right name that you remember. Make it short. And for you to remember versions, if you already have too many, always add dates to it. So like today you are working on maybe let's just call the name journal. You say journal that happened as 3rd of December 2025. So this is just the draft. You put draft, you put it there. So tomorrow you can do another one. If you don't want to lose this, you still want to make comparison. You don't want to save it to replace this other one. So you name it the same way with tomorrow's date and put it on that draft. So later when you finish, then the day you finish, as you are going to save it, you save draft completed. So you know this is the completed with the date of that day, which makes it easier for you to find it out. This I learned very early in life, because when you start looking for these files, it can drive you where you don't want to go. It can make you cry really, because losing them after you've worked 3 days, 4 days is not funny. So another way of doing it is to use those apps. There are so many things in your Microsoft Word that you can use, and another app which I will be talking about exclusively the next break. Remember, it's not paid adverts, but these are the things I've used, the things that help. So you can work across devices everywhere, and your work is organized. So your work will always let you know, okay, these are the things that you've worked with. So you can just click on that, and it will organize it based on the purposes or whatever. So it's easier for you to manage large documents. So we'll be talking again once it's 2:50. So let's see how much we achieve in 15 minutes. During this deep work time, let's focus on work and see how much you achieve. Yeah, I can see Home of Beauty. Yeah, thank you. Welcome. These are our deep work time. So thank you for being with us. Yeah, so we are back to our discussion time, and it's a mindful break time. So take your hands, your eyes, your leg off the work you're doing and go for a stretch, for a stroll, or whatever you plan to do within this 10 minutes is your time to reduce, your time to recharge. So it's very important that you take care of yourself during the break. Take short breaks in between work is very important. So we can't overemphasize it. Is very important. It's part of you being creative, it's part of you being wise, because it takes a wise man to know when to take a break. It takes a wise man to know that yes, your taking break is very important. It's part of your productivity, it's part of you being very wise, taking care of yourself while being productive. This is because when you are not taking that break, your brain might take a break on you. You start seeing yourself being slow in taking decision. You see yourself making mistakes, and maybe you are just writing and you wonder if before you know it, you are reading only one paragraph for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. So that is just it. So it's good you take your break and take it serious. Be present in your break and be present at work. That is very important. So let me check what we have today. If there are other, if there are people that ask questions. Um, yeah, so it has been a good time and a good um, moments shared here. So we've been talking about how to organize our work, how to organize our space, workspace, because your clarity starts from physical, being physically clear. That's when you have your table, let your physical space not be cluttered, because that also affects the way you feel, and that is going to translate into the way your work is going to be done. So it's good that you declutter, and on your workspace, the basic thing you should have are the work tools, which is your laptop, your desktop, if you have them, whatever, whichever you are using, and you should have your writing note. For me, I believe in also writing with hand, because when it comes to your memory, your writing wins over the typing or reading. So if you are reading to understand, if you are studying or preparing for exam, make sure you have your writing pad so you can write down what you have learned and see if you can replicate your notes. What a good strategy, and it's very helpful. So let's just look at how we organize physically. So in your workspace, make sure that it's decluttered. You have your writing material, you have your work tool, which is your laptop or your desktop, and you have water. These are the basic things. You have your writing, that's pen, paper, your desktop, and your laptop, your water. That's the basic thing. So if there are other things that are occupying your space, you can just reduce them, because that's where your clarity starts. Then when it comes to your laptop, how do you organize it so you are able to trace every document, you're able to manage your time. When it comes to organization, it's not just being able to trace it, it's also having that, should I say, the organization that helps you to move from task to task without losing time is very important. So we've been talking about so many types of app, which we've listed some of them. I'll be listing those that I've used and those that I think I'll try out if I have need for them, but you can try them out. But I know the ones I've used, the ones for the life and organization. You want to organize your things digitally, you can use Google Drive, which we have in phones. We have them on desktop also. You can use the Google Drive. It's very easy to use because it saves everything. Actually, once you save it like you do on your WhatsApp, every morning it saves, it goes to your Google Drive. So when next you want to change your phone, it will just be downloaded new into another phone. So that is just how that works. So it's easy for you to save. It's easy for you to work across devices. Every device you have, just sign in, you have it there, and it has a good it has a good space, a little space for you to save things. All those your cloud, if it is an app, Apple, they will call it cloud, but when you are using all those Android, it goes to Google Drive. So you need to sign in and save those things. So when next you buy a device, it can go straight to it. Another thing that you can use is OneDrive. That's I've only seen in universities. I don't know, maybe other institutions they have them also. But if you're using Microsoft tools, you have a good Microsoft package, you should have OneDrive. So OneDrive, you have some space that you can save things. And why it is very good, because it's safe in real, should I say, in real time, because as I'm saving here, it is saving there automatically because I'm using the OneDrive to work. So all I have to do is to click open auto save. So as I'm working, it's saving automatically. I don't have to lose any file. So it's very important. And the sync is top notch, because you can see as I'm working here, I'm seeing it on every device that I've signed in automatically. It's very easy and it's very good. It's good for school, it's good for the office. So if you have an office, you can use it to store all your files, those files like your documents, your PowerPoint, your Excel. You can save it in that Google Drive. Then another one that is very important that is not many people don't know about it really, because I've really asked around. But me, I've started using it since 2013, and it is really, really helpful. That is Dropbox. So if you don't have a Dropbox, it's very important that you go and check if you can get one. It's free. To some extent, it will give you the storage space that is just enough, and is good for large files. Those files that you can't send through email, the file that when you want to upload it, even the Google Drive, they'll be telling you, okay, if you want to use OneDrive, it will be asking, oh, should I put it in a link, and just dump it somewhere. So this one now is real time. You can save photos, you can save videos, you can save large documents, and it's easy for you to work as a team using the Dropbox. So if you have a Dropbox, you can sign in on every device, on any device, because you can imagine since 2013 I've changed from device to device, and I've always have those documents, especially all my reading materials for the courses I've done. That is where I dump them, and I can always access it wherever I am. So, and it's free to some extent. I haven't paid yet, though it's full, but it's quite good for you to upload videos there. If you want to save videos or you want to send videos to others, they just need to download it and sign, and then you give them the link and they can access it. And it's good for teamwork, because there you can work real life, you work, another person will work on the same project, so it works very well. Another one that is very important, is very good, let me not say it's very important, it's very good, but remember, it's important for you to get an organizer, to get organized. So for you to get organized, you need an organizer which you can do manually using Gantt charts, maybe a timetable. You can also use digitally, like the app that I'm mentioning. I've talked about Google Drive, I've talked about OneDrive, we've talked about the Dropbox itself, which is fantastic. Then we are talking about Notion now. That's another one. This one is just everything in one space, all things in one space. And the great thing about this is that it has AI, so you can actually just click on one document and ask for summary just within that saving space, and it does it. You can get it from anywhere, so it's that magical, and it's free if it's an individual use, which means there is still limits to what you can save, but it's still enough, it's okay, and you can do so much using that Notion. People say it's connected to everything, and I can see it's connected to everything. You can do your notes, it will give you a chance to do notes. Maybe you have lessons and different courses, it can give you a chance to do tasks, timeline, project manage. In fact, it's a good project management app. So you can try that out, and it's easy to use also. Even database, it takes a lot, even to the extent you can use it to plan your life, maybe meal plans and the rest. So let's look at another one. Okay, I still have 2 minutes. Something that we use, if you have been using your Microsoft Word, you will go to Team, you will see sometimes you click on the Google Calendar, you click on the team calendar, you see those things are used to organize your day. It's used to organize your task, your role, your schedule. So when you have any schedule, you have any meeting, you just check there whether you have another one scheduled already. It will tell you, okay, there is space between this time and this time, so you know what time you have left and what time is already taken. So you can use it to plan for week, for months. So every appointment you have, you just put it there. So it will also send you a reminder. So it's very important. It's good in planning your day in time blocking. You know, we talk about time blocking instead of doing multitasking. So for time blocking, your Google calendar is pro, your team calendar is pro, so you can go to it, just put those things into color code it and let you know, okay, this is the time to start this one and this is the time for you to move to another task. You should be concluding this task, this is the next task for you to do. So it's very important in time blocking, and it will send you a reminder. Like if you are using Teams, it's going to send you a reminder 5 minutes or 10 minutes based on how you set it. And so, okay, you have a meeting in the next 5 minutes. That is how the Google Calendar also works. So it can also do color coding, but use color coding if it is not overwhelming. If it helps you to understand, then use color coding. But I've seen people that when they use color coding, it makes them to be overwhelmed. So you check what works for you and do that. So we will still be talking about this app one after the other. Remember, it's not a paid advert. These are the things I've used and they help a lot. So it will help you to perform so many of your roles. If you have so much roles to play, you are a mother, you are a student, you are a career, so you have so much doing, and you don't want to be missing deadlines. You don't want to be overwhelmed by putting so much things in your brain. There are things that, yes, you need to remember, you need to use your brain to think, but there are things that you need to time block so you know exactly what to do each time. That is clarity, and it's very important in our productivity. So I'll be going back to the sprint time. This is the last section. Remember that this last section is normally 1 hour. So we'll be rounding up once it's 4 p.m. And please make every second, every minute of it count. I want you to tell your brain that, yes, you'll be getting a break after this 1 hour, and you see your brain will do you good, concentrating and focusing on the job at hand. So I wish you a very productive, okay, we have now 59 minutes, a very productive 59 minutes to work, and then we talk at the end and just conclude it. Yeah, so we've come to the end of today's study workspace. It has been a lovely 6 hours. You see how fast it goes. It's always very fast. So I don't know what you've achieved or what you've been doing and what you've been working on. I would like to see reports if there is any. Let me check if anybody has finished for me. Yes, what I was doing here, I submitted that and started another one. So that was a very nice time well spent. Let me check. So is there any other person there? Any other person? No question so far. Let me check through the platforms and be sure. Okay. Oh dear. Yeah. Cassini Jerusalem, thank you for your gift and oh dear. Thank you so much, Ekesu Best Stylist, and everyone that joined. So we've been talking about how to improve your productivity. So we are wrapping up now, and it's not going to take a long time, but we are going to be saying things that will help you not only today but in life. Are you somebody that you are always distracted, or maybe you are struggling to focus on a job, you are struggling to get your job done or to finish a task? Then you need to learn how to manage your focus, you need to learn how to manage your energy, and you need to learn how to time block. You need to learn how to break your task into manageable chunks, which means you should break it in a way that you'll be able to put a time to it, to say between 12 to 12:30. This is what I'm going to do. Please don't make it too long. Don't go scheduling job. If you're time blocking, is okay, for today I'm going to do this. That's a long time to go. You don't have that energy. So you have energy that will carry you for a short time, then you recharge your focus, because your brain uses energy just like any other muscles of your body, and your brain is even a bigger machine, so it needs rest and it needs to refocus, it needs to digest and process what you've learned. So you give it time during the break time. So your break is very important. So learn to time block, learn to break down the work into manageable chunks. If you're able to do that, you see your work will be less overwhelming and you'll stop procrastinating, because most time we procrastinate because of fear. It might just look like you don't have time to do it. No, it's because of fear most times. If you have that job, starting it is easier than bearing the burden of thinking, oh, I haven't done this. Oh, you are stressing over it, you are guilty over it. Just start wherever you are and don't fear the judgment whether you get it right or wrong. The most important thing is progress and not just perfection. Once you're making progress, you're able to write 2 lines, you're able to write a paragraph. That is a job well done for you. So you pat yourself at the back and say, well done. It's very important. So we're also looking at how to improve your productivity through managing your time, managing your energy and your focus. And what is important is that you should learn to take short breaks in between job. Your time, that the time that you spend resting is not a wasted time. Many people think that it's a luxury to rest. They are resting because they finish everything they have to do. They are resting because they are tired. That is a very wrong notion. Rest is part of you being productive. It takes a wise man to know when to rest. I must tell you that so many people, they work themselves to exhaustion, and once you're exhausted, what you're doing is not rest. What you are doing at that point in time is recovery, and for you to recover, it takes a long time for you to come back to the state at which you can work to the optimum. So it's good to take rest. And when is the best time to take rest? It is when you are planning to start that work. You have to plan when to take rest, because if you're waiting till you get tired, you might be exhausted, and once you are tired, you will do less, you achieve less. No matter the energy you put in, you feel stress. It's just like an elastic band. When you hold it and you are stretching it, you stretch it a little, it will go back, you stretch it a little, it goes back. If you hold it for a very long time and stretch it, it's just like what many of us are doing. You stretch it, you're working 1 hour, 2 hours, you're going 3 hours, you're going 4 hours, 6, you're going, before you know it, it snaps. You see, that is not it. But if you If you stretch it, you leave it, it will go back the way it is. You stretch it, you leave it. That's how effective and efficient your work will be. So it's good that you take short breaks before you go out to work any day. Make sure you pin the time. This is my break time. This is the time I'm going to take my hands off the work. During that time that you are resting, what you are doing is to gain clarity. You are also trying to refocus. You are also trying to regain your energy. So is very important. It's an important aspect of work. Rest is very important. And if you are reading, rest is very important, because during that time you are not processing it. You're just stuffing everything into your brain. But when you rest, that's the time your brain takes to process the information. And when you rest, you do your work efficiently, more efficiently. When you rest, you make less mistakes. When you rest, you be under less pressure and stress, which is good to your health. So rest is something that wise people do. So don't think that it's something that you have to do when you're already tired. Oh, it's because they finish everything they have to do. Oh, it's because they don't have anything to do. It's made for lazy people. No. Please take rest, take break when you need it. Don't wait till you are down, or when they call the ambulance on you, that's the time you know that yes, that you should take rest. Don't wait till that time, because if you want to last longer in your workplace, you want to have your mental space very well organized and sharp, then you need to take short breaks in between work time. You might still be working like I've done 6 hours now, but for every 50 minutes spent looking at that and doing the deep work, that's the 10 minutes I will stretch, I will talk, I will take my mind off the main work, then I will go back with renewed energy and renewed focus. So learn to do that. Learn to take short breaks. Whatever work you're doing, you can still do that your 8 hours. You can still do that your 12 hours, but make sure you take break in between. Many people, they make mistakes at work because they did not take break. Many people, they lost their job because they just wanted to do a little more, because they wanted to carry. Remember that the reward for hard work is more work, it's more work. So I'm not discouraging you from doing hard work, but do it smartly. Be smart about it, so you don't stretch yourself. You don't wear the badge of exhaustion all over you, because that's a sign of wrong planning. You don't have a plan. So if you have a plan, you can actually do a lot and you still be yourself. You can actually do a lot and you still have time to do other things. So plan it. In the morning, when you wake up, before you leave, plan the time you will rest, because you already know that you are going to work. There is something that makes us to work. We must always do the work we have been sent to do, because you need to pay your bills. You need to feel that you belong. You don't need to lose. So there are so many pressure. There are so many things that push you into doing that job. So you don't even need to be reminded. But what I want to remind you today is to take a break, to remember to take a break every day. After every 30 minutes, make sure that you count like 5 minutes out of it. So if you're working at a stretch for 3 hours, make sure you take at least 10 minutes, at least. But the optimum should be like 30 minutes out of every 3 hours that you spend working, so you regain your focus. Let's just say you are reading. Some people, they are reading, they will read, when you call them, I'm reading by 7, they are reading till 8, they are reading 9, they are not reading. Because if you read at a stretch that way without resting, sometimes your mind is going to take break on you. If you read 6 hours, you just put your mind, you might still be reading. What will be happening is that you are forgetting more than you are gaining. You see yourself, you are struggling now. You read one paragraph for 20 hours, you keep reading, you are struggling. Why don't you close it, rest, and come back to it? That is the way to go. So if you're a student, you have children, you have younger ones that are studying, and you see that they are finding it difficult to concentrate, they're finding it difficult making their papers, please help them to schedule their work time and their rest time. That balance can make a lot of difference in their study. It can make a lot of difference in their output, in their results. It's very important. So make sure you have enough rest. I'm not encouraging laziness. Some people, they can sleep for 1 week if you allow them. That's their own choice. But for those that really want to be productive in life, make sure that you don't exhaust yourself, which means that you should rest. Make sure that you schedule your rest. So schedule your rest when you ought to rest, then work when you ought to work. Another thing that is very important is your nutrition. Make sure that you eat very well. Eat the right food. eat the rainbow, eat the colorful rainbow. I mean, eat every kinds of color. Make sure that when you place your plate, you have different colors, red, blue, green, whatever. They all do different things in our body. So eat very well. Sleep when you ought to sleep. Rest when you have to rest. Then do your work. And don't exhaust yourself. It's very important. So we'll be coming back here tomorrow again to start, and that tomorrow will be starting by 10 as always and end it by 4 p.m., which is 6 hours. Just like we had some questions that we answered, some people said they couldn't finish, they are not able to finish a job. Some say they are struggling with managing their job. So you can ask any question around here: how to be productive, how to study, how to improve your grade if you're a student. For those that want to pass and still have things in their mind, then you ask questions. For those that already they've sold their confidence, they are no longer confident in themselves, you can actually ask questions so we can help you renew your confidence, because you need it. AI is not going to stand up and do the work for you when you are physically working. So you will need to do it yourself. And you need that confidence. Please don't sell it. Ask questions and you will receive the support that you need. So we'll meet again here tomorrow by 10 a.m. It has been a long, should I say, happy and productive 6 hours. And thank you to everybody that joined. Thank you to those that gave the gift, those that asked questions, those that sent their whatever chat they were putting in there, it was really calming, and yeah, it's good. So I enjoyed it. Thank you, and see you tomorrow once again.